They're hard to trade here. Lots of earnings tonight. We're gonna hear from Qualcomm, Vallejo, Peloton will be interesting. TTWO. It's gonna be interesting, and I think they're gonna have a
Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. Welcome back. Sorry, I've been gone for about about a week and a half here. Crazy. I had a nasty flu. Put me in the hospital. I had to get some fluids pumped. Got some meds. Feeling much better. As is apparently the market. This is absolutely crazy. We definitely expected a little bit more of a pullback on Monday. We were kind of looking at that, but once it started breaking out some of these key levels, we that's where we went. And like ATG is always saying, guys in Discord, and I stand behind him 100%, watch the levels. These levels don't really change much. Yes, we've had to add levels as we get to new highs, but other than that, these levels from months before, we're running these same levels up and down. And the big thing to remember is looking for those closes or those candles, especially those 4-hour candles, those daily candles. You know, that's what we're really watching, and that's why we're always pointing out that's how we can nail these key levels so often. So the market's up today. Once again here, just nice, beautiful overnight rally, up 0.84%, almost hitting a percent overnight already in pre-market trading. Basically, it popped around about 3 a.m. It started ripping up here on these claims that out of two different universities claiming to have somewhat of a cure possibly for this Wuhan Coranavirus. So markets loving it. Asia markets are up very significant due to they had outlawed short selling. Coming back from the Chinese New Year holiday, Fed was pumping trillions of dollars into our market as well. They pumped, it was like some unbelievable amount of cash into their markets, which it was like unprecedented and had never done before. So obviously pushing those markets up, helping push our markets up, making everybody feel a little bit more optimistic here. So we pushed up to here this morning, hitting a high of 33.3125. That is acting as our resistance for the moment. I think I accidentally posted 33.3150 in the chat this morning, so sorry about that. 25 cents off, but it's 331.25. You can see there on the chart. Some of the big news right now, all the FANG stocks are up. We can take a look at those actually real quick here. It looked like most of them were up pre-market here from what I saw this morning. Where'd you go, babies? Oh my gosh, this thing's driving me nuts. There we go. Yeah, so Facebook's up pretty nice, bidding up here around 212.55, 50.78. Apple hit a high of 323.60, sitting around 322.89. Amazon hit a high of 2075.50. Netflix up, hit a high of 375.88. Google coming back to live after that negative earnings report, and it dropped pretty hard. So it no surprises there on Google. And Microsoft, what a beast lately. Hitting the high this morning of 184.25, bidding right now at 183.77, 183.90. So that's amazing. I mean, what a high. So when I look at these highs, guys, those would be significant numbers to me to look to get through, to accelerate to the upside. Take a look here at the. Hold on one second. I got to fix this other chart on the other page. 1 second. There we go. So on the futures chart here, you can see the VVIX is still pretty elevated. We did finally come down out of that nasty $100 above range. I mean, we were way up there. So we popped down to 95.10 yesterday. We were sitting around at 96.18 this morning. VIX coming in a little bit as well. Hit a low of 1550, sitting at 1560. So there's a little bit of there's still some volatility out there, looking at some risk. I did look, and I'll bring this up later today. I'll show you guys some of the stuff I'll show today, kind of in the lesson plan type of thing later on. I look at the skew of the VIX and the VVIX, and I look out at the dates because, like I always have been explaining, how the VIX doesn't actually, it's not showing what's happening right now. It shows like a month to 2 months out, and I'll show you guys how that works later again. But so the VIX is still showing a decent amount of risk over the short term here, especially going into March. It looks like, and that's kind of, we're also kind of looking at not want to go too far off, but kind of looking at a big pullback coming around. I'm really looking at this February 10th date, February 10th, and you'll hear us talking about that a lot here. It's February 10th, guys, so I'll keep bringing that up. And then I think going into the end of February, into March, going to see a big drop. I think we hit 3,400 by March, and then I think we'll have a significant pullback. You can see gold did come down pretty harsh the last few weeks, but it came down and hit a low of 1551.10 this morning. It is bid back up to 1558.90 right now, so it is slightly it is up in the green. You can see the 10 years and the bonds there on the lower right hand part of the chart. They are both are down pretty significant here. Bonds did bid up a bit yesterday. On that drop really hard on the second half of Monday, and that they kind of stayed elevated there. So the game, what I always am going to be watching. I'll be watching the bonds and 10 years and gold, calling those out. XLF, the financials have been very, very strong. So those, along with tech, have really been significantly, holding the market up here these last couple of days, and definitely going into this today. So obviously the big news has been oh my God, it's a DT. Sorry, but yeah. So the big news with Tesla running up to almost hitting 1,000 yesterday, and then that crazy drop candle there right before close. That's just massive profit taking, right? Everybody was just jumping out before what they would say in quotes got too late. And then we've seen it bid down here a bit in pre-market, but we'll definitely be keeping our eyes on that, getting that ready for the what I would like to call the short of a lifetime. Some earnings came in. Disney did beat on all fronts. I am very bullish on Disney. Snap was a pretty nasty report, and it has dropped pretty hard here in after hours and pre-market. Trading, oh wow, just look, Tesla is down actually 6% as of right now, so it's down about $56. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with Tesla there, and Snap. It'll be interesting to see if it gets a nice little bounce back up here, or if it will just continue to sell off. I'm not really sure at this point, obviously. There was some news out of, Ford and GM also had mixed earnings reports, and they're both down slightly here. I think actually pretty decent here. I mean, it's so hard. It's such a cheap stocks, but and then what else was in there? We had that's right. Did we have? I even talk about it? I didn't, did I? Well, that's okay. There was a couple other smaller earnings that aren't as important. I mean, Chipotle, they decent beat, but not up too much. Who else was? What else I got on my earnings there? There's so many earnings right now. It's crazy how busy it gets right here. But gonna really keeping my eyes on the retail names, and those are usually towards the end of earnings season, because that's gonna be really kind of guiding the state of the economy. I mean, all of the FANG stocks essentially have reported, so we're basically, we're already through what, in quotes, matters most for earnings. Some other news off of earnings. Take-Two they lost one of their guys, big guy that has been responsible for I believe all the Rockstar Game stuff, and some of their biggest names for sure has stepped down. And so Take-Two, ticker TTWO, they are down significantly. I'll definitely be watching that to see if that is going to be a continue to fade, or if that's going to be a buy the bounce type play. So definitely be watching. Still in a position in booking. Gonna be watching AMD, Disney. What else do I have on there? Nvidia, and that's really about all I'm really watching. Otherwise, I'm still watching oil with that whole craziness with that drop so hard here. So we're gonna get here ready to go here in just a second. Yeah, like Addict just posted in Discord there, above 33.27 can take us to 33.38, 33.41. I totally agree with what he's saying. Basically, we could start getting up there. That's going to accelerate, especially if we get over this 33.31.25 here and then push up over that 33.27. Stay above that and push up over this 33.31.25. We're going to take off, and I think we'll get pushed up into that 33.40s today. Or we could see, a bit of a sell-off. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here out of the gate. Let's hop over here into our intraday watch. And you can see we having a nice strong indicator on the add decline line here, starting off at 14.56. That's a nice beautiful start here this morning. Getting some nice juicy ticks here, big ticks. I mean, what was it, 1,181? That's awesome. That's great to see. See where our breadth is coming in, nice and decently strong. Definitely dropped from yesterday's high, but that'll continue to rise throughout the day. That's how it works. So everything looking pretty bullish this morning. Nothing looking too nasty. Definitely be keeping an eye on these FANG stocks and the financials this morning for sure. Man, these ticks are just strong. Look at these ticks. Yeah, Apple taking off now. Awesome. Here, let's pull up those FANG stocks real quick. Look at Apple pushing up already, up 1.7%. Facebook up 1.15%. Amazon up 0.7%. Netflix 0.6%. Google 0.7%. And Microsoft 1.83%. Microsoft selling off a little bit there, as well as Amazon and Google, Netflix, Facebook, and Apple kind of pushing up here. So that'll be interesting to see where those come up here. Look at my Momo names. So Boeing actually pushing up here decent on the 4 hour, holding that 14 MA and above that middle Celt there. It's right on the 30 MA. So that'll be interesting to watch. Roku was up quite a bit. I think it was up like 3%. Pre-market is selling off here pretty hard. Be a nice little bounce if it could come all the way down to that middle Celt. I would definitely get bullish to take a position, but otherwise I don't want to chase it up there. Shopify was up pretty nice here. Pre-market is falling as well. Nvidia has got a lot of big resistance on that upper Celt in the 4 hour, as well as that 255.77 level. And Tesla coming in quite a bit here at dropping about 10% already. So it's gonna be interesting to see if everybody gets scared and starts jumping out of there, or if we can if that can hold up and then get a nice entry on for some shorts here. The China stocks are looking all right, still holding their bullish gains from pre-market, but they are selling off here pretty hard. AMD is up still 1.4%, sitting at 50.15. Qualcomm actually pushing up really decent here, up about 2.2%. Disney selling off here, still up 0.28, 0.34%. I liked that. I liked that high there of 147.30. I really want to see this thing recapture that and push back up there. And McDonald's also. Yeah. So that's where we're sitting right now, guys. Not looking too bad. So definitely see where this market wants to push itself around and see what happens into there. Yeah, Apex is right, guys. Disney going right into support there. So yeah, you can see those red candles there on the ES. Still nice and positive on the decline, and the breadth meters as well as the ticks are nice and strong. So this could just be shake the weak hands out and then get a nice push back up. So that'll be interesting to see where we can get up from there. Let's see here. Do I got... Wow. That dropped quick, didn't it? Let's see here, guys. I'm looking at some plays here. I'm going to see if we can figure out, get us some direction here and scoop boot. I kind of thought this might happen being up so high there pre-market. I kind of figured we'd sell off a bit here out of the gate and then hopefully regain that and push back up. So hopefully this might be some nice entry points, perhaps, is what I'm hoping for. But we will see here shortly, won't we? So market coming in here pretty strong. So let's continue to watch this here for a minute. Come on, give me a better entry than that, baby. You know you want it. Come on, baby. Even if we drop pretty hard here, I think we're going to end up still holding on to a lot of these gains and then push back up into Friday for week's end. I really think we're going to see that possibility. So I'm still pretty bullish depending. I mean, obviously, if we just crash, but I'm watching the bonds and the 10-year and gold here as well as the VIX. VIX kind of still just sitting here around this 1533 level. Man, everything acting real slow this morning too. Getting a little bit of lagginess here on Thinkorswim. Not what I was hoping to see. Come on, give me a little bit better entry. I've been watching some of this Brexit news too. So far, hasn't really affected their markets too much, so that'll be interesting. We got some more impeachment news, but nothing exciting or breathtaking on that front either. Come on, bring me in just a little bit. Get me a nicer setup here. Add decline line, you can see they're still sitting at 1527, so still looking pretty nice in my opinion. See if we can't make this work for us. Yeah, we need to hold right here, guys, to get that next leg up. So we could see a little bit more pullback by that dip, and that's exactly what Addict's talking about, and I totally agree with him. One hundo. Yeah, keep an eye on these ticks and keep an eye on SPY, guys. That's where we're going to see this. This thing could pull all the way back to 3316, but that's where we could really accelerate and take off. So So we got 33.21. We're getting down there, getting close. Feel like it wants it, but we'll see. VIX moving up a little bit here, hitting at 1548. Nothing too crazy yet. See if we can't get a push back up here. These ticks are still being decent. I mean, not huge like they were, but not too bad. And those tick lines look all right. The breadth is still looking. Well, we drop. No, we're still positive. See if we can maybe get this to this dip in here. Gotta be quick on the draw on some of these lately. Yeah, these sellers are trying to pull this back down here, trying to take some profits and push this back up, but we'll see if, or push it back down. Sorry, I didn't mean to say it that way. Say it backwards. Tesla pushing back up here, sitting about 821.50, so about 7.3%. So it was down 10, so not too bad. So we'll see if it can't push that back up there. Still up about 20 points here, 21 points-ish around here, even though it's come in this a little bit here. Kind of expected. We're sitting at almost 15 here. In that 33.19. 1875. See if we can't get this 16 here. So this is where I would get. I would put a tight stop on it, but this is where I'll be looking for the dips, guys. So that's what I'm picking up on some of these. 1775. Okay, got a couple more on this other side here. Let's see here if we can't push up here. I don't want to wait. I don't want to give it too long, but some of these dips, guys, are just so quick. But we'll see here. We're getting positive ticks as we're pushing down, and we still got good add, decline, and decent breadth here. So hopefully that's the divergent we're looking for, and this thing will continue to push up here. I had to bring that up so I could see that a little bit better. It was looking weird. Got quite a few economic numbers today as well, guys. Remember that, so we'll have to keep an eye on some of those. So far, they were good, actually. The pre-market numbers that came out were good, so hopefully the market can use that to bounce up and keep pushing up. So we'll see if it can bid this back up here. Did hit, so we're down sitting around 33.19 and trying to bid back up here. They're trying to make something happen. So we'll see. We'll see what they can do here. Got about. Oh. Wow, Chipotle's digital sales grew 78%. Wow. Man, Chipotle's just been killing it the last couple of years. That is a company that just blows my mind. They're just, who would have thought of all companies, McDonald's own Chipotle Mexican Grill is just, they're an unbelievable company. Oh my gosh, I really need to go get more coffee. I've got another coffee thing in here, but I don't know. I got the strong coffee downstairs, the French press. I don't know why I didn't bring it up here this morning. See, that's how you can tell I'm still sick. Not thinking straight. So sellers holding this down so far. They're not letting that pull back up there. I'm pretty impressed, pretty surprised so far. Oh, nice. Apex just posted the that waiting for that setup on Bank of America. That's looking super juicy. Nice, nice. Apex just filled on that. Heck yeah, that could be a great trade, man. That could be a good one. Best of luck to you, matey. All right, market. Let's go. Come on, baby. Accelerate. Daddy needs another pair of shoes. Need that Tesla money, son. Man, everywhere I look, spreads are so wide on stuff this morning. It's crazy. You know what I did not check? Did not check in on. Man, I thought we were going to start getting that push up here. They're really trying to hold this down here. They've been so inefficient. I'm not used to this. What do we have here? Donnie J posted an hour ago. It was a great and triumphant evening for our country. Thank you for all the nice remarks and wonderful reviews of my State of the Union speech. It was my great honor to have done it. I actually watched a little bit of that last night, but I took a bunch of medicine so I could get to sleep for this morning. But that definitely helped put me to sleep there. So that could have been our dip there, guys. I'm almost thinking so. I'm still feeling pretty bullish here for at least this morning session. So we'll see if we can't. I really want to see this push up over here. You can see this. You've got this big, kind of really well defined line here, sitting here at this 33.28. I'd really like to see this thing just absolutely just rip over that and just really accelerate here for the morning session. Here, let's back this up a little bit so you can see what we're looking at. See, this is where I'm at 33, 31, 25, and then we got all-time highs here. I really think we get up here, they're going to get up. This is where, I mean, can you imagine how many stops you guys are up here? It's going to, that's where we're going to get that just, giant push. So we'll see what we can make happen. Hold in there tight, kids. Texas Instruments. Oh, Apex, man. Heck yeah. Addict. Oh, I love you. That kid. His third eye is working wonders today. Shit, we've been on it lately, man. I mean, killing it. Here we go. This is we need to accelerate above this. We really got to get over this 33.27. I want to see something push up over that and then get up to all-time highs. Come on, you know you want it, buyers. You know you want it, baby. You know you want it. Man, I gotta go get more coffee. I'm freaking out here. Getting the shakes, man. Having a little bit of trouble on that level he was talking about. Decline line, and the breadth is continuing to rise. Ticks are still looking pretty positive. Decline line is still up there. It dropped quite a bit on the ADS-PD, but the ADD has been holding up here pretty good. So really they got to get over that 33.27 again and hold it. Yeah, I was hoping they'll push the bears back out of there. VIX is still holding up here at this 1548. Watching gold, watching bonds. Really fighting for these levels. Wow, they are absolutely just not wanting to go. However, it gets over that, that's when it's going to accelerate, like I keep saying. But man, they are not wanting that over. They are absolutely battling on that. Let's see if I can't get this breadth a little bit bigger here so I can see what's going on a little bit better. There we go. That's too much. All right, guys, I'm going to be waiting in a second. I got to grab some more coffee here. I'm dying. Okay, sorry about that. Let's see here. Man, this thing needs to get going. Yeah, these kind of both those 5 minutes closed right in there. That's 55. It's bouncing. Okay. Bread continuing to rise. Decently strong ticks here. Ad decline is pushing back up nice and strong here, so we are up at 1498. ADS-PD finally turning it kind of a little mini V there. Looking back up at the 335, so it's pushing back up there. Good, good, good. European index is looking nice and strong for a finish. That'll be good here in about 30 minutes or so. So see if that can't drag us up as well here, especially pushing into their close here in about 30 minutes. That's right, we have oil inventory today. I totally forgot about that. Oh crap, dropping stuff. Oh man, I'm still just sore and tired. Man, they are just fighting over that level up there. That's where it just keeps bouncing right off of it. All right in here. Really going to be keying in on this. See if we can't get that to work for us. Spartacus. So close to 1,000. Why can't it hit it? It could. It could. I don't know. Wow, really starting to sell that back off then, aren't they? Decline line was actually starting to rise there again, hitting up at 1510. That was looking really nice. Ticks are middle-ish, not too strong. I'd like to see those pick up a bit stronger here to keep pushing this back up, especially to hit up into all-time highs. You'd think they just absolutely want that, and I mean, I'm sure they're, of course, pretty worn out, but they really think that they'd want to push us up harder here. Oh my gosh, they are just gonna battle this, aren't they? Come on, get over that 27. Bread's continuing to rise. Nice slope up on the ticks. Pretty flat on the S&P tick, but decent on the ad decline, continuing in this nice little slope up. So keep seeing that, and it'll probably be more of a slow kind of grind up type of situation, I imagine. I mean, once stops are blown, then it'll accelerate, but. And they just can't get over that 27, or even, I mean, they're getting close to it. They're not even getting up in there, but yeah, sellers are really, really pushing, but I imagine they're exerting a lot of their energy on this, trying to push this back down. And once that breaks, it's just, I mean, it could go either way, but yeah, decline still looking really strong. Bread continuing to rise. Bit stronger ticks coming out here. Really would like to see those things pick up into the higher 600-800s would be amazing. There we go. Come on. Get over that 25 cents and push it up and close that candle up there. We got, 3 minutes on that 5-minute candle? Come on, baby. Break that circle. Break that highlighter circle. Come on, break that candle right there, 33.27. Come on, break that. See, it just tapped it right there on the highlighter circle, the top of my circle. It needs to break over that. And then close up there. We got, on that 5 minutes, we got 2.5 minutes. Come on, break that. Got room here on the daily. Got the all-time high just above it, 33.37. So we got to close this up over there. Pull that off of there. See if I can push up over that. Imagine there's quite a few stops right in here too. If it can push over this and hold it, that's gonna get it going there. Come on, baby, take off. There we go. Ad decline is nice and rising here at 50.94. Bread continuing to rise, decent ticks. Really want to see those ticks stay steady like that and push up harder. And that 33.27 is just futile. See, those weaker ticks are just not wanting to push up there. Man, they are just not being able to get up over that and close it. Yeah, DT, I don't know if you're listening, but yeah, I agree with you, man. Needs to break out, push everything up with it. Rising tide, right? There's that new 5-minute candle. Decent ticks here, nice and strong, continuing to rise on every account. Did drop a little bit there on the decline. Keep pushing up there, baby. Come on, you can break it. You know you want that all-time high. Man, they are absolutely fighting for this level, guys. Like, no jokes. Yeah, it's that level. It needs to push up here and can take off. Love to see this thing hit like 1.5% today. Get us out of that zone. Hit us up at all-time highs. Everything will just go up. You know what I mean? Come on, break those stops, baby. Jeez, they are just fighting for this. Yeah, the market is definitely being crazy. Just they're fighting hard for these levels. Yeah, overall market has got to push up there. It's just that 33.27. It's just having so much trouble holding that. I mean, look at it just drop right there. Oh, that's not good. man, they just cannot keep that level up there, can they? Oh, they got a briefing on the I'm gonna switch to that real quick. So they got the WHO is speaking right now on the virus, so that'll be interesting to see if this maybe could boost markets here actually, or drop them. Haven't said much yet, so. Here, guys, I'm going to turn this up so we can all listen. Hold on.
We have with us Dr. Tedros, WHO Director General, Dr. Mike Ryan, Executive Director for WHO Health Emergencies Program, and Dr. Sylvie Briand, who is the Director for Global Infectious Hazard Preparedness. We also have Dr. Maria Van Kerkhove, who you already know, as well as we have our Director for Strategic Planning and Partnerships, Scott Pendergast. Two of them may be answering some questions. So I'll give the floor immediately to Dr. Tedros for his opening remarks. Dr. Tedros.
Thank you. So today's press conference is as what we have already announced, that we will have a daily press conference starting from today. So this will be the first one. And we will continue to have a daily briefing unless you're tired of us. So I'd like to start by saying good afternoon and welcome to all media. It's a record, actually, more than 100, including those online. And thank you so much for your interest on this very, very important issue during these very difficult times. And let me begin with the latest numbers. As of 6 a.m. Geneva time this morning, there are 24,363 confirmed cases in China and 490 deaths. In the last 24 hours, we had the most cases in a single day since the outbreak started. Outside China, there are 191 cases in 24 countries and one death in the Philippines. Of those, 31 cases are in people with no travel history to China, but all are close to contacts of a confirmed case or of someone from Wuhan. So far, 99% of the cases are in China, and 80% of cases in China are from Hubei province. Last night, I said that some high-income countries are well behind in sharing vital case data with WHO. I'm pleased to report that since then, many countries are already reporting, and this is welcome news. As I said last night, the relatively small number of cases outside China gives us a window of opportunity to prevent this outbreak from becoming a broader global crisis. Our greatest concern is about the potential for spread in countries with weaker health systems and who lack the capacity to detect or diagnose the virus. We're only as strong as the weakest link. Those of you listening to the technical briefing yesterday heard the plea from some developing countries for funding. And there are many countries in the same position. What is WHO doing to support those countries, could be the question. we continue to support the Chinese government's efforts to address the outbreak at the epicenter, at the source in Wuhan. We must not forget how difficult this is for the people of Wuhan. But doing our best at the epicenter slows the spread of the virus, and that's what we're seeing. We're also continuing to provide scientific leadership. Today, the Strategic and Technical Advisory Group, chaired by Dr. David Heyman, has met and given us advice, especially on areas that we don't know. Separately, WHO has released a total of $9 million from our own contingency fund for emergencies. WHO is sending 500,000 masks, more than 350,000 pairs of gloves, 40,000 respirators, and almost 18,000 isolation gowns from our warehouses in Dubai and Accra to 24 countries. And we will add more countries. We're sending 250,000 tests to more than 70 reference laboratories globally to facilitate faster testing. But we need to do more. This is not enough. That's why today we're launching a strategic preparedness and response plan to support countries to prevent, detect, and diagnose onward transmission. We're requesting $675 million to fund the plan for the next 3 months. 60 million of that is to fund WHO's operations. The rest is for the countries that are especially at risk and who need our support. Our message to the international community is invest today or pay more later. Invest today or pay more later. $675 million is a lot of money, but it's much less than the bill we will face if we do not invest in preparedness now during the window of opportunity that we have. Once again, we cannot defeat this outbreak without solidarity. Political solidarity, technical solidarity, and financial solidarity. I would like to thank the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation for quickly stepping up to offer $100 million in support for accelerating response efforts, strengthening preparedness systems in the most vulnerable countries, and to support diagnostics, vaccine and treatment research and development. As you know, we're working very aggressively on developing therapeutics and vaccines, and this pledge from the foundation will help us in speeding up the research on therapeutics and vaccines. Finally, we understand that people are worried and concerned, and rightly so. But this is not a time for fear. This is not a time for panic. It's a time for rational, evidence-based action and investment, while we still have a window of opportunity to bring this outbreak under control. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tedros. So now I'll give the floor to Dr. Ryan. So then we will go to Dr. Brian, who maybe can tell us a few words about a meeting she announced yesterday at a press conference at the UN regarding talks with the travel industry. Dr. Brian, please.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So indeed, today we had a second teleconference with travel and tourism industry. The aim of those teleconferences is really to foster the dialogue between WHO and those companies Most of them are, our interlocutors are umbrella companies such as the UN, World Tourism Organization, or IATA or ICAO, and so and also some individual airlines that are attending those calls. So, as I said, the aim is to really have a good dialogue with them. Firstly, on the situation. Secondly, on the risk, how they perceive the risk, but also we can then comment on what is the risk and the evidence we have on the risk and the disease. And we discuss also the measures that are put in place, whether these measures are for their customers or the measure for their own employees. So today, the discussion was really to understand what challenges they are facing currently after the announcement of the public health emergency of international concerns, and how we can help them to face this new situation. So what they express as a concern is the fact that the situation in the world is diverse, and of course the epicenter remain in China, but some countries have imported cases, and therefore they have observed a diversity in the implementation of the IHR recommendations. And so we have discussed these different modalities they have been facing, and we are continuing the dialogue to see how we can reduce the inconsistencies that are currently seen. And very concretely, it means, for instance, that certain companies, they have to make different announcements to their passengers on board depending on where the flight is going. And so for them, it's complicated to have different messages depending on the destination. So we are working with them to see how we can reduce those inconsistencies, but also help them to be aware of the evolving situation so that we can have a better collaborative action in the coming days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Briand. And just before we go to questions, I hear from some journalists online that the sound may not be the best, so I apologize for that. You may wish also to follow us on Twitter and WHO account where we have a live stream. For journalists online, please type 01 on your keypad and you will be put in the queue for questions. So now we will start here in a room, and I see Jamie, John, and then we have a lady there with the 3 questions from the room. Please, Jamie.
Is there a microphone?
Yes.
Should I just yell it? Hello, Dr. Tedros. Thank you for meeting with us again. I have 2 questions. The United Kingdom and some other countries, about a half dozen, have recommended that all its nationals leave China. This directly contradicts the WHO's current recommendations. Is that kind of a response from the UK and other countries proportionate and could actually make things worse? And then my second question just has to do with comments by John McKenzie, a member of your EC today in the FT, who said that China's response to the outbreak in its early stages was, quote, reprehensible, and that they were hiding cases while there were political meetings in Wuhan. Could you comment on both of those? Thank you.
Before that, thank you, Jimmy. Before that, I will just repeat the question for journalists online because we don't have a mic here. So the first question was about the measures introduced by some countries and advice given by the UK government to these nationals to leave the country, to leave China, And the second question was about the comments that have been made by one of the members of the EC committee regarding China response. So I will see who would like to take this question.
I can have a stab at the first question. Yes, certainly, as the DG has said, at this moment in time, we need to have calm, well thought out public health measures that protect individuals' health. And I think each country is making assessments based on their own individual risk assessments to their citizens around this event. However, certainly a situation where many individuals are potentially leaving the country, we don't believe those individuals are necessarily at the highest risk, but it's certainly an unplanned measure like that needs to be accompanied with the necessary screening and the necessary public health measures to ensure that. So the issue here is the balance between the measure to protect citizens and the balance of the public health risk protection to protect other citizens, and each country has to make that balance themselves. But we will we are monitoring all public health measures, and we've been doing a systematic review over the last 48 hours of all measures taken by all member states, and we will be sharing our assessment of those measures with member states and sharing with other member states exactly what everybody else has been doing, and try and bring some cohesion and order to that process in the coming days.
Yeah, thank you. And to that, I would also add that, considering China as if the problem is the same in all provinces could be wrong, and it's wrong. For instance, 80%, I have said it from here, cases in China are from Hubei province. So that blanket, approach may not help. And that's why Mike is saying, let's make it evidence-based. And we encourage all countries to make their decisions based on evidence, not just a blanket coverage. Because even in China, there are provinces with very few cases, like other countries in the neighborhood or beyond. So I think that is very important to consider. On the second one, first of all, John is not a member of WHO. He's not a staff of WHO. I think there could be a problem in the newspaper. It says a member of WHO. It's not, so I think it's good if they correct the facts. And the second comment I have is, I cannot say they hide or they didn't. But if you see some of the information we have, the number of cases outside China are very small. When we declare fake, they were even smaller. How many? 98 cases. And when we were discussing about calling the emergency committee, there were 68 cases. If something was hidden, then you would expect more cases to be actually exported from China to the rest of the world, if it was hidden. Because China is the most connected. I know one airline has like 17 or 18 flights a day. And imagine how the world is really interconnected. Even if China hides it, I don't think the cases would be prevented from crossing the borders to other countries. So it really defeats the logic. So that's why I say it's very hard to take that for me. I'm an epidemiologist, by the way, public health specialist. And if there was hiding, I would expect more cases, more than 68, especially the first deliberation of the EC itself, because many cases would have made it to the rest of the world without even us knowing. But again, I say, let's check. Maybe we will have the after-action review and to see if there was something hidden or not. Because I cannot say whether there was something hidden or not. I can only use some logic to really understand the situation, and that's what I would propose for the time being. And then one advice I have is, for something happened in the past, we will have the after-action review. And we have scientists who will really understand, investigate that, and tell us the truth. Now, as global community, please, let's focus on the actions we can take today to prevent this outbreak from spreading all over the world. We have 190 countries in 90 cases in our hands in the rest of the world. It's small, but the situation can get worse. Let's use this window of opportunity to really invest in prevention, to invest in control, and prevent this virus from spreading. It's time to act, not to speculate and spread fear, spread panic. That's not the time. It's really time to look forward and act. That's what I would advise. And on WHO side, we will do everything to address this outbreak. But I would leave to such kind of perceptions by whoever it is for the after-action review, because I don't think it helps now. Let's act, and act, and act. Thank you.
Maybe I could just add that John is an eminent scientist for whom we have great respect. But John has led a career that has been driven by evidence. And I think the issue here is evidence, not speculation. And we need, at this point, to avoid speculation that's not driven by evidence in all spheres, be it scientific, political, or otherwise.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tedros. Thank you very much, Mike. Lady here, and then John. Please go ahead.
Sorry, I have three questions. First, after the swift construction of the two field hospitals, several public facilities in Wuhan, including a sports stadium and two convention centers, are renovated into the so-called cabin hospitals or the mobile hospitals to accommodate more patients with mild symptoms. So how do you think these actions would help reduce the mortality rate and contain the epidemics in the epicenter? And the second question is, yesterday Dr. Tedros reiterated in the technical briefing that the WHO is sending a team of international experts to China to increase understanding of the outbreak and to guide the global response. So could you elaborate more on the composition and the mission of this team, its concrete plans, and any outcome could we expect from the visit of this group in China? And the third question is, while there are mixed messages right now, all kinds of potential therapies and vaccines against the novel coronavirus, could you clarify to us, for the moment, what is known and what is unknown to the WHO on the efficacy or potential efficacy of those therapies and vaccines that are currently available? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll repeat again for the journalists online, and we apologize again for technical issues. The audio file that you will receive immediately after will be of a good quality. First question was about the hospitals that are being built in Wuhan for milder cases. What's the comment of WHO? Second question is of international mission to China that has been agreed. Do we have news on that? And third question was to clarify where we are with the treatments and vaccines being developed. Thank you.
I'll try and answer the technical aspects that the DG may wish to supplement. It's certainly impressive what's been achieved in a very short number of days in China, and represents a remarkable effort not only in public health but in logistics and in planning and architecture. And certainly the ability to bring patients, be they moderate or severe, to a site where they can be treated properly not only helps those patients but also helps remove those patients who may be infectious from the rest of the community. This is a major undertaking, and those hospitals now and the various facilities that have been set up also, remember, will be staffed by Chinese doctors, nurses and others who've come from other parts of China to help. So it's also a remarkable act of solidarity within China between the provinces, and clearly demonstrates the determination of the Chinese health authorities at this present time. So they continue to do everything humanly possible, both to put the health of their own population above any other consideration, and in doing that offer an opportunity for the rest of us to prepare. The international team, we've been engaging very closely with Chinese authorities, and we have agreement in principle for the team. We're now working on the final composition of that team. I won't speak to the exact membership of the team, as we're still making arrangements for that, but I can assure you that this is a multinational team made up of global experts from the north and south, from the east and west, who will cover areas from clinical management to virology to vaccine drug development, ecologic investigation, animal health, epidemiology, public health, and risk communication. The team's objective is to learn primarily from Chinese counterparts on their experience in dealing with this event, so the world can learn from them. There is also a huge opportunity for collaboration, for sharing of ideas, in order to shape studies in China and studies abroad, so we can have a coherent and evidence-based approach. So it would be silly to suggest that a small international team by itself can in any way do more than learn from China and offer whatever brain power it can to our Chinese colleagues, who at this stage must be very tired. And I think this is an act, as the DG said before, not only as an act of science, this is an act of solidarity on behalf of the global community, to share the burden with and share ideas with our colleagues in China. The last question was on therapeutics. Yes, there are no proven effective therapeutics for novel coronavirus. But what we have seen in previous epidemics associated with coronavirus, and we see in this event, that a high standard of care in providing intensive care, especially respiratory support and support to other organs, is very important. This epidemic, and if you look at the age and sex distribution, is predominantly causing severe disease and death in older patients, many of whom have underlying conditions. So supporting a patient through the most severe portion of the infection and ensuring that they don't, and many of the patients who've died have died from multi-organ failure, where many organs fail, not necessarily directly as a result of the virus infection, but a result of the demand and the shock that the virus causes in the body in general. So many patients of the severe end will survive if given adequate supportive care. But that, in some cases, is very intensive and very demanding on health workers, and obviously doing that with full PPE on is a challenge, and you've seen that in many of the images. It is one thing to care for a patient in your normal gear. It's an altogether different challenge to do that when you're wearing PPE. And it is also frightening for the patient themselves, because they don't have the normal human contact that we would expect. So this is not a normal situation in that regard. There are therapeutics that have been used and are being used, like protease inhibitors, like interferons and others. And we've been carrying out a systematic review of all of the available therapeutics, and that's been part of the work of the Research and Development Blueprint here at WHO. There are Maria's here, but there are hundreds of clinicians and others in active virtual communication with almost daily teleconferences. And what's been wonderful is to see Chinese clinicians on the line with clinicians who are managing patients all over the world, and literally exchanging information of what we're doing, what we did yesterday, what we're doing today, what's working, what's not. But amongst that process, we need to bring systematic gathering of evidence, and we have created standardized reporting forms for the clinical data, so we can centralize all that information to see what is working and what is not. We have also shared clinical trial protocols with all of the countries dealing with cases, which allow them to potentially systematically test drugs. And next week in Geneva, there will be a major meeting, which will be both in Geneva and virtual, of hundreds of researchers and agencies involved in research to set the priorities for the development of therapeutics, diagnostics and drugs. So this is a global effort from the clinician in the front line today, connected to the world, and the world connected to each patient through those clinicians. And managing that process is a huge task in itself. But it is a great sign of the solidarity, and again, remembering that the real heroes in this response are the frontline doctors and nurses who are going to work every day and trying to help and save patients from this virus.
Yeah, I think the general had said it all. We're working round the clock. We have an internal core group which is meeting daily basis, and also a global coordination meeting on weekly basis. So be it vaccines or support to countries which are vulnerable is checked round the clock. So we will push the same way. One more thing I would like to comment on, agreeing on what he said, is especially about the expert team. As you may remember, on January 22 and 23, we had a meeting of the emergency committee. This was to decide whether the situation is fake or not. And as you may remember also, January 23, the emergency committee was divided, so the recommendation to me was, let's meet in 10 days. So I accepted that recommendation and immediately flew to China to discuss, to use that window until the next meeting of the emergency committee. And our discussion was very frank and very candid, and there were three outcomes. One, on the strategy, meaning alignment on the strategy. And we have agreed with the Chinese government to focus on the epicenter, to really take serious measures at the source, protecting the Chinese people and protecting the rest of the world. That is the most important part of the travel, which is aligning on the strategy, and full commitment from China. The second was sending experts. And the third thing we agreed was on sharing data and sharing information, because that's the beginning of solidarity. And all that is taken care of, and the team of experts, we believe, will be leaving very, very soon. But one thing I would like to underline here is the constant engagement of countries is very important. And now we are talking to ministers, and I have spoken to most of them who have reported cases. And the reason being to align on strategies, to align on sharing of information, and to align on other issues like using joint experts to understand the situation. So we will move that way, and the use of experts is not just specific to China, and this is part of the global coordination that each and every country, whether they have reported cases or not, should be applied for. And we're increasing the speed, we're increasing the scale, and we're trying to use the window of opportunity we have to the maximum. And that's what we're asking the international community also, to use the window of opportunity we have now. And many countries have already triggered their operation centers, and we will support them in any way possible.
Thank you very much. We will take one question that's from John Zagacostas here, and then we will go online to some journalists. John, please wait for the mic so I don't have to repeat the question.
Yes. Good afternoon. John Zagacostas for France 24 and The Lancet. Dr. Tedros, you just mentioned that one of the agreements in Beijing was the sharing of the data. Can you shed some light how much of the confirmed Chinese cases you've received the data in Geneva and in regional offices? Yesterday you read the Riot Act that many developed countries, less than 40%, had provided the data. What is the situation with the Chinese data? What percentage has been received? The reason I'm saying that, there was a classified briefing yesterday in Washington, and the most senior senator in the US Senate basically raised concerns about the reliability of the Chinese data. So if you could put that to rest. Thank you.
Thanks, John. You are correct in terms of the number of countries currently of the 24 who we've received comprehensive data from is improving, but it's certainly not complete. And the Director General spoke with the Ministers of Health of all of those countries and actually sent a circular to every Minister of Health in the world, specifically reminding them of the responsibilities to share this data on a regular, if not daily, basis. The DG also asked not only for the sharing of the surveillance data, cases, confirmed cases, but for the results of the community studies and other transmission studies that were being carried out, so we can collate all of those together. And we've been looking at a lot of that data that's been received so far. The Chinese authorities continue to share with us daily numbers. They also continue to share with us, as they did at the EC, detailed epidemiologic descriptions and clinical descriptions of the cases, including epidemic curves. The issues they face in the last week with the growing number of cases is sharing detailed and translated individual case forms. You can imagine the challenge for country X that has 12 cases are very different to a country that has reported 4,000 cases yesterday. So I think we need to leave a little bit of leeway and room here. This is a challenge, and we're very careful that we don't want to overtax the system, but at the same time get the information we need. We're certainly pleased with the clinical information. We're getting very detailed information on the clinical experience. We're getting very detailed information on the work being done in the lab. As you've seen, they've shared the country continues to share sequences on open platforms. So overall, we're pleased. We would, though, obviously like to have as up-to-date information as possible, but we say that to all member states. We say that now to every member state that has cases, including China, that we would like daily disaggregated data from them. And this is not so WHO has data. That is not the point. The point is that the world has the evidence it needs to make good decisions in the coming days and weeks. And within the strategic response plan, there's an element of that's around that global coordination function, and you'll see how that's costed out. But you'll also see in the strategic response plan that the vast majority of that investment is actually targeted at countries so they can build their capacity to detect, assess, contain, treat cases and report those cases at the global level. So if you point yourselves to that plan, the core of that plan is about improving our collective capacity to detect, prepare and respond to this event.
Thank you very much. The answers were quite long, which is good, but we will have to leave soon, so we have time for two more questions, and I think it's fair that we give one question from... Can we hear Nurit from NPR? If not, we can try with her to be the last question. And now I'll give the floor to our friend Chu. Just a second, please.
Thank you. I have two questions. I'm Liu from China's Xinhua News Agency. First one is specific for Dr. Michael Ryan. There are reports about U.S. drug companies. They're sending their anti-HIV drugs to China. Actually, the drugs have already arrived in China yesterday. Two companies. One is Johnson & Johnson. The other one is AbbVie. The question is, how come these two anti-HIV drugs has anything to do with this coronavirus from the technical point of view? And the second question is also there are reports that because of the shortage of not only the PPE, as you call it, but also the diagnostic testing equipment at the epicenter in Hubei, actually in Wuhan city, there are death cases. People are dying even before they are diagnosed as confirmed cases. They're not even suspects, and because of the a limitation of the hospitals and the medical resources. They are not admitted to those hospitals. And the question is, how does the WHO have to say with that?
First of all, on the anti-HIV drugs, as I said previously, there are no current therapeutics that are thought to be highly effective in the treatment of coronaviruses in general. In many cases, when we have a new disease, researchers will look to see what the activity of existing drugs is against a new infectious disease. In certain circumstances where there is reasonable empirical evidence, countries may use those drugs on a compassionate use basis or an off-label. This is a licensed product which is licensed for use in a certain disease, but because the drug is considered to be safe and effective in another disease, in a controlled environment, those drugs can be tested against something like coronavirus. But it's extremely important when that is done that clinical data is collected on the experience of the patient, so that can be used to build the case for or against the use of those drugs. And we've seen in cases, too many outbreaks in the past, the use of different types of interventions, and at the end of the outbreak we know less than we knew at the beginning. So it's really important that if such drugs are used, they're used under the authority of the national authorities. They're part of either compassionate trials or they're used as part of clinical trials, and they're overseen by the highest regulatory and ethical standards. And I believe that will be the case in the use of any drugs. I'm looking at Sylvie in case she has any supplementary comment to make on that.
No, I think Mike is fully right, and I think the drugs have been part of other protocols that have been used for MERS virus, which is also a coronavirus, and this is why you have heard about those drugs, but currently none of those have been approved, and it's still we are still at the research phase. So, and this is something we will discuss next week at this research meeting to see how we can have standardized protocol and how those different antivirals can be used for this particular virus.
Regarding the issue of diagnostics in China, our understanding is that China, and particularly in Hubei and Wuhan, there are adequate reagents and adequate materials for carrying out the test, but there clearly is a backlog in testing, and very often that is the availability of enough laboratory technicians. You can only imagine the workload there is on the laboratories at the moment with the number of cases. And remember, when you see 4,000 confirmed cases or 3,000, that can mean thousands of negative cases as well. And getting a negative result is just as much hard work as getting a positive result. So the strain, and there might be only a small percentage of people who turn out positive. So the workload on those labs and those lab technicians is extreme. So one can expect, and in situations like this, one always sees a backlog. What we're working with the Chinese authorities on is prioritizing that process so that the most important patients get their diagnosis early. I'm not aware of any particular individual cases where people have died before diagnosis. I'll be happy to speak with you afterwards, but that certainly isn't the aim. The other thing that sometimes happens, not in this case, is sometimes people come to healthcare very late, and we've seen certain instances of that, and they may be very sick when they arrive. So it's not unusual, it's not ideal, but it's certainly not unusual to see people diagnosed close to death, especially if they've come late for care. But clearly, there is no question that the system is under some strain, and the system is having to react and scale up the response. But again, we must pay respect to the scale up in the lab service that has occurred, particularly in Wuhan and Hubei, over the last 3 to 4 weeks.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we will have to conclude this press conference as Director General has important meeting to go to. We apologize to all journalists online for technical issues we had and that we haven't been able to take their questions. But as Director General said, we will try to have daily briefings of this sort. So please stay with us in coming days. The audio file will follow shortly, as well as transcript. Thank you very much for your attention.
So see you tomorrow. Thank you.
We're going to do daily briefings, but I've got to get the DG out of here because he's got a meeting upstairs.
Keep him here. He's our friend.
Why not you stay and then continue?
What I will do is, I will leave my two colleagues, the general and me.
We'll bring Maria in.
And Maria come, and Scott.
In 6 minutes.
So you will excuse me, but I will keep my colleagues behind. The board meeting, as you know, is ongoing. So I have to go and answer there also, okay? I think this is a good deal. Bargain.
See you tomorrow.
Bargain. See you tomorrow. Come here,
So,
please.
Scott,
So look, if we can then, we take this proposal from DG and we continue for another 10 minutes with our guests. So Gabriela and Catherine.
Okay.
And then Buddy, and then probably that will be it for today. So Catherine, please, go ahead. Let me just put those nameplates. This is, here we have a new round of guests. It's just the team for the second half. Okay, Gabriela, please go ahead. Microphone, hang on. Yes. Catherine, hang on. The two of you, whatever.
Hi. Hello. Catherine Fiancon-Bokonga for France 24. Two questions. The first one is regarding next week meeting of researchers and agencies. If you could elaborate a little bit on that. When is it going to take place? Who is invited? Who is going to meet? What is on the agenda? And also, if you could also say a bit more about how you plan or you are helping developing countries. Yesterday I listened to the technical meeting and different countries asked questions, among them Sudan. And I would like to know, they're quite prepared, but they say that they had a small gap of 2 million. So how can you help the countries like Sudan or other countries that don't have a weak health system? Thank you.
The 11th and 12th of February here in Geneva, here at WHO. And it's a global research meeting for 2019 novel coronavirus. It will not only focus on R&D for diagnostics, therapeutics, and vaccines. It will also cover research in the areas of the animal source, at the animal-human interface, early epidemiologic and clinical investigations, research around IPC and healthcare workers, in addition to advancing the development of rapid diagnostics, serologic assays, therapeutics for patients, and vaccines. Social science. And social sciences, thank you. And social sciences. So it will be everything. So we want this, thank you. Social sciences is not an afterthought. It is something that is prominent in all of our responses and in research. We have invited global researchers, public health professionals, academics, frontline people who are directly dealing with patients to come to this. It's been put together quickly, so we've done our best to ensure that we have the right people at the table. We will try to bring in people virtually as well because it is difficult at the last minute, and frankly, many of these individuals are on the front line working and dealing with this. But we want to bring the best minds together, the people who have experience in this, so that we can come away with a comprehensive research agenda around the novel coronavirus.
So in terms of providing support to weaker health systems, we released yesterday the Strategic Response Plan, which is the international community's support to all countries to prepare for and respond to the coronavirus. In that plan, we outlined very clearly the different actions that have to happen at country level in terms of preparedness, being able to detect, being able to diagnose, being able to treat people affected by the virus to prevent the onward transmission. Within this, there's a budget of $675 million. The vast majority of that money is for national governments of weaker health systems to scale up their preparedness and response. We're working with a lot of international donors and the multilateral development banks to make sure that emergency financing can be provided to countries such as South Sudan and Sudan, as mentioned yesterday. As to all countries, we're providing clear guidance and technical expertise of what needs to be done, and we're engaging with the broader set of technical and operational partners at country level, such as through the UN country teams, to identify those partners that are in a very good position to rapidly support national governments to scale up these preparedness and response activities. Within this, we're also got a measurement framework of being able to measure the progress towards preparedness and response, and we'll be doing that on a regular basis.
And just to maybe add and give you a practical example, as of the 3rd of February, which I think was the day before yesterday, only 2 countries in Africa had the capacity to diagnose COVID. As of the 7th of February, almost all countries in Africa will have that capacity. WHO has dispatched 250,000 properly standardized test kits to 70 countries all over the world. This was dispatched from Germany yesterday. And when you think this virus was only identified, isolated, characterized, sequenced, and that sequence shared sometime in the second week of January, to not be in the second week of February, and we already have standardized diagnostics going. In addition to that, 24 countries yesterday came to Addis Ababa, or to Senegal, I think, to the Institut Pasteur, and NICD South Africa and Institut Pasteur trained those technicians. We did this in collaboration with the Africa CDC. So those reagents will meet with trained technicians, and we hope that every country in Africa will get that, will have that capacity. Also, that expense has been borne by WHO. But through this process, we've been able to negotiate a price for those diagnostics that's between 1/10 and 1/100 of what they would cost on the open market. So we've tried to create a good value solution with a high-quality, standardized diagnostic network. Again, we're basing this on our existing global influenza surveillance network, and the expansion of national influenza centers in Africa over the last number of years has created a much bigger infrastructure. So we're seeing the progressive use of preparedness that's been in place before, been used as a platform for expanding readiness. And we see good things can come of this. So that's just one example. And we need to do that for clinical management. We need to do that for social science. We need to do that for other things. But we're not just talking about preparedness. We're actively doing it. And when you look at the Strategic Response Plan, the vast majority of that, over $600 million, is aimed directly at building the capacity of those countries. And when you look at those countries, we have... I think at the moment we have something like 27 countries that are at high risk of importing the virus or already have imported it that need direct assistance very quickly. And then we have a group of countries who have some capacities but will require some technical assistance, and that's 34. So we have over 50 countries that already either have a high risk of importation or have a need for either direct operational assistance or technical assistance from us. That's a big challenge, and we very much rely on our regional office platforms. And again, we'd like to thank our colleagues in our 6 regional offices around the world who operate as the main platform for us to deliver that. So while we focus here on global support, global issues, our regional offices are able to focus their effort on delivering the technical and operational assistance to the countries that need it.
So what is the price of one test? Please, Mike?
Oh, we'll have to get back to you.
We'll get back to you on the actual price. Yeah. We're benchmarking that against other tests that are available in case. We'll come back to you with the exact price. I don't have it here with me.
Okay. And how many countries in Africa? 24 will be delivered?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, it depends whether you're saying in our African region or on the African continent, but 20.
Yeah. 20. Yeah, 20. I would say in terms of targeting countries, as Mike said, there's probably around 60 countries globally which we think are of weaker health system that really are at high risk of imported cases. And this is when the DG says the times to act now, the window of opportunities now. This is really getting this basic support package to these countries now. Within Africa, that's probably around about 25 countries.
Okay, so we'll take one more question, Lodi, please. And okay, really, I thought you want. Okay, go ahead, please.
The same question was for Latin America. Yes, thank you so much. Gabriela Sotomayor, Mexico, Proceso. If you can talk about preparation and everything, same question as Africa, but from Latin America. Thank you.
Tomorrow we'll come back with some maps showing you that. But in general, as a general statement, South America and Central America have very strong laboratory networks in general. Because of polio, because of measles, because of other things, they generally have strong public health systems in that sense. So we have more confidence and have less countries that directly need operational assistance. But we will come back. I mean, there are countries that have suffered recent shocks and who may need more assistance. So let us come back to you tomorrow with a more precise. Exactly. So let us come back to you tomorrow with some more precision on that, rather than speculating ourselves. We're an evidence-based organization, as we like to be so clearly.
Dr. Ryan has to leave as well, so I really suggest that if other guests can, we stop the press conference here, and if our guests, other guests can stay for a little bit longer to answer one-on-one questions. Thank you very much for everyone, and thank you for being with us. We will be again here tomorrow. Thank you.
Man. I am trying to find. So I had all this stuff ready, and I moved one of my charts. I can't find it here. I'm gonna end up making a. Separate video for this, anyways. But I wanted to talk about it here today, live on the VIX, and then I was gonna look at some earnings. I wanted to look at Qualcomm earnings for sure. Oh wait, did I just find it? No, that's not it. Wait, is that it? There it is. I got it. Okay, why did this not download? Let's see here. DT, let me get this moved over. I gotta email myself on the other account. It's better if downloaded now. Is it in there? What the? There it is. The old Twitter. Twitter, son. Alright, let's see. Let's get this moved over here. Should I go to... Yeah, I'll go to... There we go. TradeTheGreeks.com. There we go. Alright. Sweet. Alright, let's see. Can we get that pulled up here? Man, that was driving me nuts. I hate when I can't find something that I know I have, only to find out that it didn't have it. Man, all social media is today is Tesla. Pretty awesome. Like we said, Kramer, the kiss of death. We called it out yesterday, man. He talks, it drops. Crap, did I email? Let's see here. I might have to check both emails. That's alright. Give me just a minute. I'll timestamp it. And I'm gonna separate this video anyway. I'm gonna have a whole VIX series. I think I'll do like a 3-part or a 5-part, probably 3-part. I don't know if there's enough for 5 parts. Do like a 3-part VIX, or do like a 4-part where like a one video is just like an intro, basics for total like day one newbies. Make it real short and sweet, and then be like, and we have an official 3-part series. That's actually probably a good idea. Yeah, so like have a intro 1-part video, and then make a actual 3-part legit for the Aries pros, option ninjas at hand, with Corporal DT, First Sergeant Spartacus, under General Willie. I like that, General Willie. Okay, I'm just trying to download these, if anybody even cares. Okay, I got the SPX charts. Oh, they're all here. Cool. Alright, let's see here. Let's go ahead and grab that. And let's grab that. And let's grab that. Alright, let's see what those look like. Okay, I don't know why it always does that. Ooh, I think I know what I can do. I think I can actually drop these into OBS, and then you can just see them directly on here. That'll be cool if that's what I can do. I know I can. That's how I do the coffee thing every morning. Let's see here. Okay. Let's go ahead and just drop these in here real quick. That looks weird right now, but give me a minute. We'll get all these in here. What is that? No. Don't want that one. Don't got time for you people calling me on the telephone. Man, I was on the phone so long with Tasty Trade earlier. Tasty Works. I mean, kind of. Helping a student I've been helping for about 4 months, and he had all this stuff set up. Everything was all perfect, and he got so used to it being set up the way it was that when he went to use it this morning and everything was gone, he literally didn't know what to do. So, let's see here. Yeah, so while we're... Okay, let's see. I'm going to pull these up first so we can talk about that while we're looking at this. Still watching the market here. Oh, you know what? I bet I could find it in here. Sorry, I've got one of them. I've got 3 I want to bring up, though. Let's see. There we go. So there's the other one. Looking out my back door. Sorry about that. Just give me a second here. I gotta drop one more in here, and then I can go through these a lot better. Okay. Let's turn this down. All right, here. So, a couple of you that are on here, and those listening, and I will, like I said, I will timestamp this later. I'll probably end up trying to edit this stream just to practice for what me and Darth are going to start doing from now on, where we're going to start cutting these up into little highlight videos. Probably won't be saved, but I'll cut these parts out from today. But then like I said, I'm gonna make a full VIX video series. Sounds fun to say. VIX videos. I don't know why it's so fun to say, but I'm trying to set everything up here. Okay. But yeah, so, alright, so, watching the market as it is, let's back this up just a little bit here. God, what a choppy chart from, we saw that rise last night when the reports coming out from those universities about the coronavirus cure or medicine or whatever it is, and the WHO didn't confirm it, but they didn't really deny it either. That was a key part that I think needs to be brought up, and I'm going to post a little detail synopsis of the meeting that happened today, and what I think about it because there was a couple of things in there that I thought were really interesting, and I thought it was a lot more bullish than most people from what I saw on social media. But everybody's all angry because I think they keep trying to short this market. They keep trying to short everything, and they're just getting ran over. So it's like, I mean, that's what we've said from day one, to everyone, is just the trend is your friend. Like, literally, why would you fight the current? To, like, just go with the flow, so to speak. Yes, I'm a contrarian. I like to play. I'm a bearish trader because things go down faster and bigger, so you make more money. It has nothing to do with me. I don't like the market losing money. I don't like people losing their 401ks. You know what I mean? It's not like that. But so this is when those reports came out, and it just ripped. I actually alerted in real time and have it in here in Discord. I went long right here. I had a trigger at 3,300 even, and I rode this thing all the way until this morning. I think I got out. I thought I got 27 points. Yeah, I got 27 points on ES, and I also played some Palladium, but I'm not even gonna. That's a whole other set of marbles there. But you can see we topped out here pre-market at that 33, 31, 25, and that was the level I was saying, up in here we needed to watch. So you can see how it set these levels for the day. You got your top trend here, you got this bottom. So these were really, really critical. So when we broke through this during that WHO meeting, this was definitely very, very, this was the chance for the sellers to take advantage right in there, and they did nothing. They didn't. They could not hold it. They've been absolutely beyond inefficient. So when we broke back above this, and especially once we regained VWAP, then it's been holding this nice trend up here. But you can see we've had this here. Let's get it a little bit bigger. You can see we've just been holding that, now for the entire afternoon, basically, but we've been consolidating in here, and this is a very, very bullish chart, and I have a better chart to pull up that I can show you guys here real quick. Give me 1 second here. Whoa, lost my lost my cursor there. I'll talk about that in a minute. Yeah, so if you guys look at this chart, hope you can see it better than it looks on mine. You don't really need to worry about what it says. So this is SPX. Basically, you've got this channel that it's been trading in for, yeah, this whole run up, and it's literally, I mean, look, you can't tell me that the lines don't work. Like, straight lines are, I mean, from the top to the bottom. This was in the middle, so this was hard to trade, right? And it dropped right back down. Look, right on the bottom to the top, stayed all the way along here. Then we had those big drops, and look at that, right off the channel, boom, all the way back up, all the way back down, all the way back up, down, and now we've broken through, but we've actually started breaking back up. And this is where the sellers would have absolutely, they needed to step up, and they didn't do it. Everybody got far too pessimistic far too quickly, and then this broke back up above that. So now this is actually a beautiful, beautiful little, I wouldn't call it a pennant, but it's a descending diagonal, and it is actually looking unbelievably bullish to me. I've got a couple notes on this I wanted to talk about. Where did I put those? Yeah, so you can kind of see there, and you can kind of see how I've got it, kind of mapped up. It's kind of weird, I know, sorry. I'll post all this stuff in Discord too, but yeah, so it's a descending, broadening formation in the yellow there. And then likely a bullish continuation pattern, which would target basically the 3375 zone on this upbreak. Obviously, it needs to fill out more, and that's all it says in the bubble basically. But that's what we're looking at here. So this thing is this is just a beautiful chart, bullish. I mean, as bullish as it gets. And we actually needed this. We desperately, I mean, you can see how long it rode this, and it needed that drop all the way down to the bottom trend. It needed to breathe. It needed to get some profits, and then they can get their energy back, and then it ripped, and then dropped, and then ripped and dropped. We needed this, and it dropped more than they were expecting, but then it ended up forming that descending broadening formation, and now we can, and that's my little green whoopty, because I expected this to pull back onto the bottom of the trend and then take off to the top. So that's why I'm shooting up here at this 33.75, and actually I've got a couple levels up there, as well as ADG does too. We've got 33.75 to 33.80, 33.90 to 95. I mean, they're all, it's you could pick any number up there, but there's a reason we say those numbers. And I can almost tell you right now that every number he has said and every number that I'm saying, we will literally go to the dollar on that and probably reverse slightly there and then eventually break through. And that's why we call those out. You can't just keep saying, oh, it's going to go up there and go up there. So at this point right now in the overall market, just sellers have just been absolutely unable to accomplish absolutely anything. I mean, they on the smallest little pullbacks, they've been insanely pessimistic, and that's not good, because as soon as they do that, it literally causes all this excess energy to go to the buyers, and they're not. And if price doesn't match with that, it's the worst thing you can do. And it's the same way in reverse, and we'll explain more of that as we get into market indicators and breadth and reading volume and reading energy and sentiment, and that's what we're always talking about here. So this is pull this off of the Bloomberg terminal. God, I hate how it blows these up on OBS, but so what this is, what you're looking at here, guys, is this is the PBOC ensures abundant liquidity. And basically what happened is Monday's gross injection of 1.2 trillion won was the largest in at least 15 years. And I actually looked back. I think it was like 27 years, because there was another injection, but it was a larger amount, but it was worth less to the dollar at the time. It's all kind of complicated currency crap, but basically what I was talking about, and I was talking about this Monday, and I talked about this yesterday, I think, in Discord, is that basically what they did, you can see when they inject. So China is obviously known for, I don't want to say falsifying, or they prop their markets up, and that's why you can never take their numbers at face value, right? So you can see on that chart, you can look over there from 06 to 08, 09. You can see the big injection in 12. They were doing, probably about half as bad as they are doing now at that time, and they pumped that thing, with, I think it was like 500 billion won, and it helped. And then you can see in 13, 14, 15, it was nothing almost. I mean, well, obviously something, but nothing comparative, and it worked. But then all of a sudden you can see in 16, 17, 18, it was just like, oh God, oh God, oh God. And then just boom, yeah, snorkel, exactly, man. And then boom, look at that freaking candle. I mean, look at that thing. That's insane. So they did that on Monday. They outlawed short selling, and I think through the 13th or something like that, after the Chinese New Year holiday fiasco and all the virus stuff. So basically, no one can short sell, but the thing is, that doesn't mean that it has to just go up necessarily, because if people aren't buying, price will still come down. But yeah, so when they injected that, we injected a ton of money. And so our days that the Fed does this on are Tuesdays and Thursdays in the middle of the night. And so that's why you always see these weird, like, just spikes, and it doesn't necessarily mean it's just going to go up every Tuesday and Thursday or every Wednesday and Friday, right? But it makes a big difference, especially right now, and that's been a huge part of holding this up. That's why the financials have not necessarily crashed yet. They're going to, and when they do, it's going to be ugly. But tech holding it up. Tech has been really, really strong. Financials have been everything. Everything has been on financials. Oil has not been doing its job, and I don't know if you guys were paying attention to what I was talking about, and that's something I need to do a little bit more thorough on for everyone, is understanding oil. Oil is very, very important right now, has been for 40 years, but to the market. And basically the price that it works in, and I can get more detailed, but it doesn't really matter. Basically what it is at $60 a barrel, people are making money. They're making money. They're hiring, they're buying equipment, they're dropping lines, they're drilling, they're expanding big time. We're talking huge. It doesn't seem like a lot to us, but we're talking about billions, trillions of dollars. At $50, they actually are losing money. So they have to start laying off. They stop buying equipment. They stop drilling. They stop rigging. They start capping lines at that point. And you can imagine all of those industries, transportation, energy, the workforce, and then all those people have to go to other jobs, less money. That affects real estate. It affects fast food. It affects retail. Everything hinges on oil. Unfortunately, fortunately, whatever. I mean, you can have your own, thing about it. It's not that I love oil. It's just that it is what we run on, and where I live especially, that's where I live is literally it's railroad and oil, and so that's why I've been in this, industry my whole life. My grandfather was a petroleum engineer for one of the largest companies in the world, and so I just I knew how important it was from a very young age, and it's great. It's translated very, very well into being in the market. And so basically what I'm just saying is it's always good to keep an eye on oil. And there's a lot of other things you can watch, but I always watch just the futures, light sweet crude, so /CL. And those levels are really important, 50, 55, and 60. 55 is kind of that medium, right? 50, it gets under 50 like it is now, and this is ugly. This is dangerous. This is really bad. This can have really bad effects, not right today, but here down the road. If it stays down for too long, you will see everything start just absolutely coming apart. Over 60, everything is great. People are happy. The economy's booming. People are throwing money like they, it's ridiculous. But so it'll be interesting to see. And so that's why I said, as soon as I went under 50, I said, absolutely, I am long oil. I am going all in. It is going to bounce. And it absolutely did. It had one of the best days it's had in years right after that, because that's how it works. I mean, yes, it had a big crash down, so even just price action and candlestick trading would have got you there too. But the big thing was the fundamentals on that and knowing that. So that's always almost like a guaranteed. And there's a chart I posted, and I'll post it again tonight, about oil and how it had crashed before and what it did and how it worked, and then the new one where it just was basically just straight red down, and of course it was going to bounce, right? Just even off of a technical analysis, but there's a fundamental underlying point that is extremely important, and I make it very, very basic and simple by saying that, and then there's people that would laugh, at how I'm saying it, making it that simple, but it really is just knowing those numbers, 50, 60, like it's great, and over 60, it's a whole other world. So. Okay, so the other big thing that I've been trying to kind of explain to everyone and talk about a little bit more here. Let me see if I can blow this up just a little bit bigger. Oh, I hate you, OBS. Don't really. I love it, but okay. So, you guys hear me talk about this all the time. What this is the VIX futures term structure chart, and this is the thing that I'm always kind of trying to explain to you guys about how VIX actually works. A lot of people just misread VIX, and it's not too big of a deal anymore. VIX used to be a much more important indicator, but I still think it's great to read. I actually prefer reading VVIX, which is the volatility of the volatility index, so it's like the volatility of the VIX, and it sounds really redundant and kind of weird, but it'll make more sense here eventually. But what this is this is how VIX also works. So the price that VIX is right now has nothing to do. So, and I'm sure I'll just go back to the basics. So sorry. So what the VIX is the VIX is literally an indicator for the SPX, nothing else. That has nothing to do with anything else. It is an indicator of the SPX puts to calls ratio, essentially. There's more to it than that, but that is basic as it gets. So the problem what people see is when they look at that, Well, if it's up, then the market has to be down. Well, that's not true, as we have seen, those divergences, and those are great trading opportunities, right? So if price is moving up and the VIX is moving up, there's probably a good chance you could short that thing and it's going to turn very soon, which most times, 9 out of 10 times it does. But the problem is the VIX isn't reading the actual volatility and risk at that moment today. The price we're seeing right now is a month or 2 months out, and that's how it works. So what we're looking at on the screen now is the VIX futures term structure. And basically what I wanted you guys to see, and I'm sure you all are seeing it right away, obviously, it sticks out like literally a sore thumb, or like my son said, a big boob. But you can see here, looking out, this is all the VIX futures contracts looking out from here, February, March, April. I mean, you can see it's just this, it's, you know, and it should be, right? Risk today compared to risk in 6 months, it should be slightly up, right? Normally, when it's skewed or flipped, it gets a little bit sketchy. So where there's some kind of important things to look at is look at April to May. It's really interesting to see that April is 1675, and then you look at May, 1665. So what does that mean? So like I just said, the price of the VIX right now isn't necessarily what's happening right now today. It's actually going clear out to see, you can see the line November where it's 1559. So basically the price as of when this was, and this was this morning, obviously, it's reading out that much farther. But what happens is you got that April to May, and you can see that it's actually saying that risk in the short term and the near term is actually scarier, and we'll just say in quotes, than in May. That's not a good thing. That's actually pretty sketchy. Because if this gets more skewed and it starts to really flip and invert, then we know that something that people, and these are professionals, right? This is trillions of dollars, you know, that move this, billions, okay, trillions, but yeah. But you can say that there's something that they are baking into the pie, so to speak, in that risk. So then, oh my God, look at September to October to November. What in the world? 1990 to 1789 in November. What are they cooking in? And I'm sure you all have somewhat of a guess. The election. So I think what's going on is a little bit of people are getting sketched out with, there's a lot of things going on right now, but I think a lot of it was the steam, so to speak, that they're picking up in the Bernie Sanders camp. Everyone thinks, and there's some good reasoning behind this, that if he won, even if he wins the nomination, it could be pretty scary for a lot of industries, especially like healthcare, transportation. He has said many things anti-Wall Street. I don't think he has a chance, to be honest. I don't think anybody does. In fact, I said this before, I think the only person that could beat Donald Trump, and this is funny, but is Oprah Winfrey. And that actually comes from Bill Maher. And he's right. Like somebody like her, she could do it. She won't, but she could. He's going to win. And it's good for us as investors, I truly believe. But you can see how much risk they're baking in there. And I don't think it's just the election. I think there's a lot of other things, and it just happened to spike at that point because where they're looking out and reaching. So the thing is that we're not going to wait until October and then, you know, right before the elections, and then, you know, start buying VIX calls and all that, because it's actually a couple months out. So what I'm going to be doing is paying really, really close attention to this, and probably towards late summer, late July, early August, mid-August, if this is still as bad or even slightly down, I will be loading up on volatility products. You know, I'll hedge both ways, but I'll definitely be loading up, you know, seeing that the risk on there is just absolutely out of control. I will start posting this basically same chart as it updates weekly. I will start doing that probably on I don't know what a good day would. Sunday's not really good because it hasn't really loaded up. Monday, it's tricky because the end of the week on like Fridays, that's not going to be. maybe it would be good doing, you know what, maybe in the middle of the week, like on like Wednesday nights or something like that. I'll figure it out and we'll see what works better so that we can get a better gauge and a better read on it. And I just want everybody to and I don't have to do anything. I just want everybody to see it and kind of look at it and then just see it and then you think about it and then see it and just kind of keep it in the back of your head. And as we get closer and as we move and as things come in and things go out and as we see price go higher, as we see when we have a big pullback coming in here, I want you guys to see how much this changes and how the skew really affects the market and how much it affects just sentiment in general. And that'll be really interesting when we so that when I was just talking about the SPX chart a few minutes ago, one of the dates I'm really seeing on the geometric table is February 10th, and then into the end of the month, into March. I really think February 10th is a possibility, especially if we keep ripping through this week like I think we're going to, and then keep going up. I think February 10th is going to be a day of, it lines up for many different things, but I think we could see a significant pullback somewhere in there, the 10th, 11th, I'm going to say, and I'll post a couple of these in Discord this weekend, but and then definitely going into March, I think we'll see some sort of, like a good one, a good healthy, pullback and a breather. But I just want everybody to be aware of how this works and what these are. And the more that I present stuff with VIX and VVIX and TVIX and all the volatility products, it'll start making more sense. And it'll just be like those, okay. And then it'll be like, okay, how can I use this? Now I can use this. And I will literally, we have a meeting, Darth Addict and I have a meeting this weekend because Darth's back home, so we can start moving back on a bunch of our videos and lessons and stuff. And the first VIX video is not for you guys. It'll be like a basic, like, this is what the VIX is, and like, kind of thing. But the first video of the video series, I think I will get done ASAP, because that's the one where you guys could actually be reviewing it and using it to make money and for hedging and all those kind of things, because that'll probably be the first video, is more of that kind of stuff, and the second one will be more about reading internals and long-term risk asset and that kind of thing. But yeah, so I just think this is really important right now. I think it's something that we all need to be paying attention to. I am definitely very curious about this April-May skew we've got going on in there. That it is definitely unique, definitely something I haven't seen before. One more time, wanted to pull this up just so you guys can see as we're because I'm going to go back to the regular chart in a minute. So again, this is that SPX chart. I will make a better version of this and clean it up, so you guys can kind of see with that long-term channel we've been in, and then the yellow lines in that broadening descending formation. I think that's really, really important right now, and it has absolutely followed this thing 100% this entire time. I mean, it basically just dropped out over this Wuhan Coronavirus issues, but it's like, it's one of those self-fulfilling prophecy type things. So it'll be interesting to see here. And so I think we're going to see that breakout perhaps here into power hour, get this big push up here. I mean, we're closing all of these candles as we speak above we're closing these above that, we've got it nice and above that 33.27, and so I think as long as the buyers hold this, these sellers they completely lost any chance. They have 1, 2, 3, 4 chances basically I see here today where they could have done something and they were not able to do it. They got extremely pessimistic here. They actually got is the most pessimistic on these candles here, and then they did nothing, and it's packed back up. So I really, really think we might see an acceleration here into the end of the day. That'll be interesting to watch. You can see here on the breadth chart exactly what I was saying this morning. Has done nothing but just absolutely continue. Beautiful, nice volume, just pushing right back up there. Just looks great. And then let's back out of the ticks so we can kind of see. So you can kind of see today was a weird day. All of the markets followed this nice, beautiful, just great, nice trend up, but the S&P is just basically flatlined straight across. And there's, a lot of different reasons for that. And the S&Ps never will go. It just never happens like that. But this is pretty funny that it's so flat. And there's a big divergence in there, right? Which might be a good thing because these might actually pull this up slightly here towards the end of the day. So it's pretty interesting just to see how that worked out today. Which this and the divergence lines, there was no way with ticks being like they were, breadth being continuously pushing up, positive volume pushing up, and staying up here. I mean, we barely dipped at all on the add divergence line all day today. There was no way this thing was going to get ugly to me at all. Yeah, this sucked because this definitely pulled a lot of the decayed out. But yeah, it just unbelievable lack of efficiency by sellers. So yeah, so as I speak and kind of see this thing starting to want to break out here, I am going to go monitor some of my trades and pull out of the stuff, and I will hop back on the mic here in a minute. I'll post all that stuff in Discord, guys, just so everybody can look at it and see their... Yeah, Willie, I know you're gonna. That sucks. Snorkel's right, man. It is a pain in the butt. Maybe we can figure a way to help you do it easier. I don't think there is an easier way to change it all. I hate it. I've done the same thing. So yeah. So it looks like we're trying to break out. I would assume that I was still calling for. I'm thinking I really would. No, I want to see all-time highs. I mean, we're $6 away. So let's get it. Let's see if we can get all-time high, guys. Okay, I'll be back on in just a minute. I'm just gonna grab something to drink and monitor a couple of these trades. Yeah.